With this treasure I summon Saint Azamina. Jesus Christ, Droll, Baylor. Wait, I think I lost. So this video is for anybody who wants to learn Azamina, be in the future wondering how I played this deck. So now, this was the March 2026 Duelist Cup. I hit 4452. It was okay. I thought that like top 5k got like, you know, silver, but actually silver saw 100. So I thought it was good, but like it could be better. Could be better. And then this is the points, just for the future, you know, for future me reference. This is like top ladder, dude. Tasku won it the last minute, literally the last minute. So the story is like, I think he went to like a YCS in Japan, and then was playing Duelist Cup, and at the very end, he got from this guy. This guy was first when I checked, but at the very last hour, Tasku got it, and I think yeah. And then here's Jesse Cotton. I don't know if I recognize anyone else, but yeah, this is Tasku. Guy's crazy, man. He's too strong. Okay, and then here it's the bottom of the screen. Basically around 16k points is top 10k, and then 70k is like top 5k, and I just got right over 70k, and then the rest like top 2k. Wow, like apparently like people have been getting like starting the Duelist Cup at 30k in day one. Like, no, props to them. To be fair, if I didn't watch all of my replays and like I actually just kept playing straight, I could double my points, 34k, because it was all about having a good win rate, and you just keep playing. Like I was on the first day, I was going 50-50 against like the Yami, Mitsu, and everybody. But like if I had more experience, I could break their boards. But in any case, let's continue. So now here's gonna be the stats for this Duelist Cup. So turn 1, 45%. I went turn 1, which was 25 games. Turn 2, I went 30 games, so 54%. So again, you know, I'm a turn 2 gamer, this madman. So my wins were 31%, which is a 56% win rate, and my losses was 24, which is, I don't know, like a 44% lose rate. The games played was 55. And now here's my stats from the last Duelist Cup, which was when I brought Finsmith La Marca. So I played 72 games. So in 55 games, I had this win rate and it got to 70k. Versus 72 games where I just, you know, just kept playing. And I finished similarly, which means probably win rate matters and like win streaking matters way more than win losing. And you need to have a positive win rate. So like it would be cooler if like next Duelist Cup I get top 10k in like 30 games. I don't think it's possible though, because like it depends on the meta. It really depends. And it depends on like when I'm playing like my mental state. Cause like this one I really prefer. Like the last Duelist Cup I went, which was like September 2025, dude, I started the Duelist Cup on the Thursday. Literally, I started from stage 0 or stage 1 when Duelist Cup stage 2 started, and I spent all 3 days getting to 20. Then after that, I kept playing. I got 8k points, couldn't play anymore. So it really depends. Like this Duelist Cup, I spent like the whole week prepping for it. I prepped for the meta. I learned like Draco Tail. And then they released Radiant Typhoon, which was impactful, and then non-impactful. It's like mid. And then like I hit level 20, and at level 20, like you would start fighting Yami Mitsu, and it was like okay, well Yami and Yami and the Silver Cord or Mitsu and rciela. And it's like I haven't seen these boards. I've only seen Draco Tail, so I knew how to break Draco Tail board, but not Yami Mitsu, not Yami rciela or Mitsu, Sulfa Mitsu. And it was like, okay. And VSK9, but that's a different story because they break a lot. So yeah, these are just the stats. So these are my untapped stats for March 2026. The turn 1 win rate should actually be a lot higher. It's just the problem is I dropped like 2-3 games in stage 2 because I wasn't used to going turn 1. So Purge Ash and then Imperm is a combo that just kills my turn 1 hands. That's just straight up, because you start with diabellstar and then move. Those are your 2 starters, and if they stop those 2 starters, you're just dead in the water. So a lot of decks that were running like Purge Ash, and Impermanent is like, okay, or like Ash full Droll, you would just die. So there's a lot of hands that do kill my turn 1 combo. I also did playing to fuwa unprepared. It's very weird because like in Duelist Cup, I never really saw fuwa, but then in stage 2 when I saw it, like the first like 3 or 4 games, they would drop fuwa, they would drop Droll, And that's when you realize, oh yeah, deck did die straight to droll. Like, in stage 1, up to like, literally up to like duel level 20, I never saw droll. And at stage 2, droll was everywhere. Strange, like, the whole meta flipped on its head. So, I don't know. But one thing that's good is I'm happy that my turn 2 win rate is better than my turn 1 win rate. It's crazy. And the other thing is, Untap's data is incomplete. I don't know why, and I'm not going to go back and count everything. Because I already did this, which is all the games I played in stage 2. You can literally verify for yourself. You know, I actually did it. And then here, this is the GOAT. This guy saw I would rank up and they insta forfeited. Which kind of feel bad because there was one time I was doing someone and they were ranking down. I'm like, I didn't even think about it. Like, if I was like more casual, I would have totally forfeited and let the guy win. But I was really locked in. I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry, man. I'm going to stage 2. I'm gonna kick your ass. And then like here's when you see I lose win, lose win, lose win. So I'm 50% with the like master 1 players. And then right here I get a mega lose streak. Yeah, I'm doing mega lose streak. And then here it's like I start 50-50, and then here I get win streak. It's like around 10k points. Then I start winning. But that's not because I got better. It's because these players ranked out of my, I think they ranked out of my like, you know, points range. Because they were really, really, really strong. And I could not break those boards. And I'll show you some of them in the replay. Now here's the deck list. You can just read this. Just read this. Just read this. Okay. So here are the combo guides. I'm going to put the list of combos. Now here's just the list. Well, combos. So poplar can do a combo, not the azamina combo, but a combo. Diabellstar starts a combo. Reasoning, you gotta gamba and hit diabellstar. Hallowed azamina needs a sinful, and then you get combo because you start with mu. Filia starts a combo, you end with vengeance, and then here deception, you need a monster. Wanted is diabellstar. Debtors with a sinful spoils get you combo because you get move. So this deck is more like Dragon Link than a one card combo deck. You need to know more of what you can do with the cards, their cycles, and how to count to 2 sinful spoils for Saint Azamina. Remember, there's no shame in getting debtors or Azamina determination off of deception. For example, under maxx or fuwa, you would get deception or you would get determination depending on where your sinful spoils are. And then like if you suspect a droll, I don't know how you would suspect it, but like sometimes you have a game sense, you know, like, man, I will die to droll, but if I play around droll, I'll win. You will get debtors or you will get determination. Then let's say under Nibiru, man, I'm at 4 summons. I can't play around Nibiru. What if I just make Saint Azamina on their turn? Then you will just get debtors or determination. So that's why you don't always get hollowed. And also, if hollowed is in your hand, you have full combo. Why would you hollow it again? You should just actually get debtors, make Illya Silva instead. And then the reason why that's better is because debtors can resummon your properly fusion summon monster, so you could resummon Illya, or usually if you do resummon something, you could resummon Saint Azamina. That's why the two, if you have debtors start, or if you have hallowed start, just add debtors later down the line. So Moon Wanted, I'll show you in the replay, but basically it will be chain link 1 hallowed, chain link 2 wanted, and then you will wanted add diabellstar vengeance, which is the sinful spoil, and then that's how you get 2 sinful spoils for Saint Azamina. So remember, vengeance is the sinful spoil. Morion is 2 simple spoils, but it's 1+1. I'll talk about it later. And you always learn to save the Moon plus Wanted line at the end. Because if there's no Moon Wanted, you gotta play either 2 ways. You gotta count the 2 sinfuls depending on your hand. And the other thing is, you can go an alternate link version with OSS, Poplar, Relinquished Anima, and SPWP. So in this extra deck, you can see that, let's say you have no access to the fusions, you can still play and fight. You can still make a Relinquished Anima for turn 2 board breaking. You can also make an SP to, push for grind game. You can also play WP if you can. Azalea is to pop your own move, but there are certain scenarios where you could like Azalea pop, SP pop, and then have a vengeance in the fight. But you're not dead in the water if you don't have access to move. So you still have another link. Like for example, what if they flip D-barrier to call fusion? You're kind of cooked, right? But actually, a lot of these simple spoils are interruptions. And then you can just play some link. So there is an alternate option. Now, here's the internal engine, which is the diabellstar start. So here you have diabellstar and Ascend. You get Deception, and then you flip Deception, because sometimes you don't play spell card first. Sometimes you just start with diabellstar. And to summon their Magician of Destruction, you need to have played a spell card, and you need to have a level 6 or higher dark spellcaster monster. So you get diabellstar, you set this, you flip it if you need to, and then you make DMOD. You have 2 choices. I would say Magician Souls just for turn 1 to keep comboing, and you can send 1, draw 1 to force like an Ash they want. The other one is you can add Gaze and Dragoon. Now the reason why I added this was because when I was going turn 2, I realized that Dragoon's pretty freaking good. There are certain times where if I had like just an Omni negate, I would push through boards and win. So that's why I added this. This is actually a turn 2 board breaker. This is not what you're supposed to make in a turn 1 combo, because you can't, with this guy, you can't pop your own move. You can't pop your own move, and that's really bad because there's a combo you can do with move to add another simple spoil, which is usually OSS, original simple spoil. So in any case, this is the board break, this is the combo more. And then another thing too is like I start to normal summon Magician Souls just to play around K9 Izna, which is like kind of good, kind of not, because how would you trigger OSS, right? In any case, I'm just letting you know that right now. So then this one, so you would have these 2 monsters, and then ideally you would have an extra monster in your hand to tribute for Deception to add Hallowed. So the requirement already is like 1 extra monster here, and then you would like 4 spells in the graveyard for Azalea. But we're gonna do the minimal combo. So it's Send, Diabellstar, DMOD, pick 1, tribute something for Deception, add Hallowed, and then Hallowed, send Deception, summon Moo, and then you're gonna get Wanted. And then because you should do something with their move, but Wanted can come back to your hand, then you can chainlink 1 Hallowed, chainlink 2 Seeker. When the chain resolves, Seeker adds Diabellstar Vengeance, which is a simple. Then you have 2 sinful spoils for Saint Azamina. And then Saint Azamina has 2 choices: summon Moe Regina to combo more, or Illya, because you will hit 5 summons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're already at 5th summon with Saint Azamina in this like micro combo. If that's the case, you might want to summon Illya. It really depends, because on your Saint Azamina summon that you use Nib, you're kind of cooked, because Nib will resolve in the chain link, and then You basically might as well summon Morgina just for a fat token, right? And then to save your Illya, because you only, at least I'm only running one Illya. So here's the hallowed or debtors start. So basically, if you have a hallowed or debtors plus sinful, you make move, add wanted, then wanted add diabellstar, diabellstar, send the card to graveyard. You make demo D, set, pick one of these. Turn 2, you do this for board breaking. Turn 1, you do this for combo. Then you set deception for deception. Because you've already played a spell, by the way, you will be able to make demo D. Then you add hallowed again. Or if you, because sometimes you start with debtors, right? Debtors does not return itself to hand. Hallowed does. But if you start with hallowed, you add debtors. If you start with debtors, you add hallowed. Hallowed is the priority. Then after that, you count the 2 sinful spoils. So you'll have 1 on the board right now. You wouldn't need a second search. So usually what I do is I pop move, but you should have seen it in like the combo lines. Then after that, you make Saint Azamina, you summon Mo Regina or Illya Silva. And then you have a choice, you know, let's say you have an extra summon. You can pick up debtors. So if you start with hallowed, you can pick up debtors, and if you have 1 extra sinful spoil, you can make Illya Silva. Just raw make Illya Silva. But let's say usually that's not possible, not the case. You have to count where your sinfuls are. So if there's 2 sinfuls in your hand, you would add, or hand or field, you'd add debtors. If they're all in the graveyard or banished, you'd add determination. And you'll have at least 1 banished. Why? Because of wanted. You have at least 1 in the graveyard because of deception. And when deception says in the end phase, it wants to get sent back to set on the field, you say no. You have to say no because it's an optional effect. So you have 1, 2 in the 1 banished, 1 in the graveyard. And then you will flip your determination, make Saint Az on their turn. Or you can make a second one as well. Oh yeah, because this wanted can return this sinful spoil, and then you can get the draw one as well. Here's our third internal engine, which is the Snake Eye OSS engine. So move search OSS. If you can pop move the Azalea, add OSS or Morian. So sometimes, for example, you will have poplar in your hand. So OSS will not trigger the graveyard, right? So what would you do? You add Morian. The other thing is like sometimes this engine won't be live, but what this engine requires is when the diabellstar, I think it's Snake Eye's card, just target it in your graveyard. Sometimes you won't get access to that. The other thing is poplar needs to be in the deck for it to be live. Poplar also, to get another sinful spoil, he needs to either choose Snake Eye Chase, just Vengeance, or sinful spoil subversion Snake Eye. He needs to pick that one. So this you do from this one get 2 sinful spoils. So in any case, you pop your own move with Azalea, you can summon it, add this, and use it for another fusion. And then also it's more interruptions because when you use the graveyard effect, you never ever use the field effect. You never ever use field effect. For the field effect, you just summon like a level 1 fire monster from your deck, I think, and then it's gonna be poplar, and then add Snake Eye Chase. It's just I think the graveyard effect is so much better because you get a free poplar, you get a free sinful spoil. It's much stronger. The other one is poplar and Snake Eye Chase add Vengeance, and Vengeance will actually be placed as a spell, I think, on the field. And in that case, it can still be used as sinful spoil to fusion. So again, this is poplar extra link material for SP. SP raw is link material to WP. And Vengeance is another pop. So this is just your other third micro engine. Now, so here's some combo guides with Filia. So Filia's Diabell is a board breaker. All it does is summon diabellstar Vengeance and pop something. You can always return Vengeance to the deck with Wanted. So you can access Vengeance from graveyard as well with Snake Eye Chase and Wanted. Okay, after Diabellstar Black Witch, Diabellstar Vengeance is the second most important card in this freaking deck because she is a pop, a turn 2 card, what's the other one? A sinful spoil, searchable by everything. It's the second sinful spoil for Saint Azamina. She's so freaking important. Like, you don't understand. The second most important card in this deck. I cannot live without her. And I actually don't know how the deck would function without her. Like, it would be not as good. A lot worse than it is. So again, Vengeance you can access from the deck, your hand, on the field, because it's placed by Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. If you see here, add 1 Diabellstar monster from deck or graveyard. Place 1 Diabellstar monster from your hand, deck or graveyard. It's just insane. You can just even turn her, you can sacrifice her for Deception add, your hallowed. You can send her to graveyard with diabellstar Black Witch. Amazing. And then Filia, all it does is it's a second copy of diabellstar. Or even if you add diabellstar Vengeance with Filia, you can use diabellstar, as something, right? Send to graveyard, return to graveyard with OSS, and then it's in the deck again, and then your Filia could be live. Something like that. Diabellstar, you can return diabellstar Vengeance to the deck to make Filia live. TLDR. You can return her to the deck using OSS, or if not, you can just access her from the graveyard with Wanted and Snake Eye Chase. So another skill you need to have with this deck is, or any game, Yu-Gi-Oh, is you need hand analysis. So you need to learn how to play so much that makes multiple interruptions to stop you, and you need to make sure that they don't know what you're playing, because you can fake out being like a Dark Magician deck, and they will not a lot of people play pure Azamina. If they know, they will stop you, but if they don't know, they're cooked. So always learn to say Moon Wanted for the very end. Now this is very important because sometimes you don't have Wanted access. Sometimes you use Wanted to search diabellstar. But if you do have Wanted available with Moo, you should use Moon Wanted because this is how you get the Saint Azamina very easily. If you have no Moon Wanted, you can go to link version with OSS, Poplar, Relinquish Anima, WPSP. Here's the problem with the combo guides and with charting this deck. So you draw many cards that change your combos. You draw 1 to 2 cards from Magician's Souls. You can draw another 2 from Talents. Never do this unless you're desperate. Always hand rip if possible for hand knowledge. and you also get 1 draw from wanted graveyard effect. So like you are kind of not stuck with a 5 card hand. You're actually stuck with a 6 to 7 card hand, and it's like, alright, am I really gonna calculate that? Like, what if they ash your Magician Soul? What if they droll you, right? But like, from a 5 card hand, the deck is very light. Now, here's some Azamina pros, if you like the meta. So you don't play into Izna, there's no effects in the hand or graveyard. Diabellstar is a summon condition, and the only one to activate in the graveyard really is like Diabellstar Vengeance. Although there might be a summon condition as well. Didn't really test it. Saint Azamina herself is untargetable. Draco Tail targets. The only one that doesn't target is Malulu, so they have to save the negate for Saint Azamina, but they're not going to save it for you. They're going to negate like Diabellstar herself, the Black Witch. You might negate. I think you can negate Deception. I think they will like try to negate Dragoon if you make it. So like they're not really saving their 1 out of Saint Azamina. And the other thing is, if you go turn 1, the Yami's target cards. If you go turn 1, the Radiant Typhoon cards target, so they literally can't play. Another thing is, this deck is a rogue deck. Nobody really knows what you're playing. Nobody knows how, Azamina works. They might think you're playing some Dark Magician deck, and then you're kind of hard to interrupt. You can only be stopped by Impulse, really, as your only hand trap, and the spell negate on the second Hallowed. Because let's say you play Hallowed Azamina and try to fuse for move. If you've got a second spell, you can just straight raw fuse. This is because Hallowed is not once per turn, only graveyard return to hand is. So if you have a second Azamina fusion, well, you impulse my first fusion, I'm just gonna fuse again, right? So it's kind of hard to stop you. Now it's also, Azamina has a very good grind game. Technically, you can just make Illya Silva every turn, because what you would do is, if you have a Deception, right? Deception, Hallowed, send Deception, you get an Illya. Then in the next turn, use Hallowed graveyard effect, return Illya to the extra deck, and then your Deception should be on the field. You just flip Deception again, so it uses the effect where if it's sent from the field to graveyard, this turn you can set it. So you can do Hallowed, send Deception, summon Illya Silva again, and then, just have a free Illya Silva negate every turn. That's pretty... This technically would be really toxic in like 2019. Yeah, because it's uninteractable, by the way, because you only do spell cards. So, end board is toxic. You have a self-target floodgate on an opponent. She also has target protection. And funny enough, this stops Tenpai from resummoning from graveyard, WP into SP, and Moa Regina Pop 2, or Illya Silva Omni. And you have some extra cards because Impulse, you're an Impulse deck. Vengeance, you have a Pop, and you almost always have access to her. Silvera is pretty good because if you have Vengeance Pop, Silvera, just Omni negate whatever. That's nuts. Morin is also an interruption, which is you just literally Book of Moon someone. Don't discount the Book of Moon. That's pretty crazy. The other thing is you might need to get 1 discard for Dragoon if you make the Dragoon. That's why I don't like it turn 1. I like more in turn 2. And then you're even more gas because you can just make a second Illya Silva or Saint Azamina and Illya Silver sometimes on your opponent's turn. Sometimes I do that in the replays. I just have so much gas. I could even make a third Saint Azamina. It's just why should I? Then whatever else you've got in the graveyard. So you have a lot of gas. Another pro is that internally the engine has Subversion. Simple Explosive Subversion Snake Eye. It's a pretty good board breaker. With debtors, it's full combo for free. Chainlink 1 Subversion, Chainlink 2 debtors, summon Mu or Illya, depending on if you have extra combo here or if you need to combo with Mu. So that's pretty insane. Then Filia and Vengeance are insane board breakers as well. In Engine Wave, hitting back row. And then just a note, you never summon a synchro off of Diabellstar Vengeance. You always get interacted with. There's no extra deck space. He's giving me a second Diabellstar. Who is that? Right? It should be Diabell's White Witch, but I'll get to her later. Now here are the cons, because often versus Van Control, they'll just blow you up. So what you'll do is you'll send 1 card, special Diabellstar, set Deception. You should never set Deception anymore. I don't know why I keep doing it, but never set Deception. Because then the VS guy will special summon their Razin on your turn, because you will go turn 1. On turn 2, you're gonna get cooked. Razin will pop your White Witch or Black Witch, and then Caesar Vallis will pop your Sinful Spoil. And then what do? You don't have access to Dark Magician of Destruction. You can't get souls. Deception is gone. you're kind of cooked. And then after that, they have Holy Sue, which is a non-targeting steal, which is a problem. They also have Nash Knight sometimes, or C104, which is a monster effect negate on the field. There, Holy Sue steals your Saint Azamina. You yourself will die to the Saint Azamina floodgate. This happened to me. Hallowed does not come back because you need to target an Azamina graveyard. Diabellstar Vengeance disadvantage to summon. Morian can't reset itself. I think another one is Mitsu. So Lava Golem in Sphere mode fail against Mitsu Rugi. And then generically, you'll lose to Impulse on Hallowed, just as a 1-for-1. And then you'll die to Spell Floodgates, which is some people play it. Secret Village, Spell Canceller, Diabell's the White Witch on their opponent's side. You'll die to Original Synth Keeper, which is the Spell Floodgate, because you're forced to set a spell card and they can just pop it. And you're cooked. You basically lose a card. Pure Order, which is banned. And then Impulse on your second Hallowed or second Fusion. Now here's a note. This is from how to play the deck. Nomi monsters cannot be resummoned from graveyard by debtors. What does this mean? Is that if you summon these two, Illya or Morigina, off of Saint Azamina, you can't summon them with debtors from the graveyard effect because it was not properly summoned from the extra deck. So you can't summon Illya Silva or Morigina who was summoned by Saint Azamina because they're not properly summoned from the extra deck. It's just a game rule. It's aesthetic, but you just gotta know. This was basically back in the old days as a balancing mechanic for when cheating out extra deck monsters. It was balanced because they weren't resummoned by Monster Reborn or Call of the Haunted. So sometimes back in the day, they would play Dark Hole, they train Starlight Road, you summon a Stardust Dragon. Then they battle, and then Red Giant Archfiend destroys Stardust Dragon. You would not be able to Monster Reborn your Stardust Dragon because you didn't synchro summon it in the first place. Same here. If you summon Illya Silva with Saint Azamina effect, the next turn, I'm going to use Debtors effect to resummon Illya Silva. You can't do it because Illya Silva was not properly fusion summoned by Saint Azamina. It doesn't say this counts as a fusion summon. It just says special summon. The other thing is, some fusions need to be fusion summoned correctly to do their effect. So move rcielago needs to be fusion to add a card to your hand. And Erisithon needs to be fusion summoned correctly to send a card to graveyard. Like, you can Illya Silva summon Erisithon, but it will not send a card to graveyard. You would just use it for, during your next standby phase, add a Sinful Spoil from your deck to your hand. So here's just Zayron's guide on Azamina. And then one important thing at the very bottom is help my Azamina fusion wasn't summoned. So be careful when using the fusion spells with what material. If all materials are banished under D-Shifter when sending Queen or Vengeance from hand, under Herald, or because you only send spoils traps, which previously used their own effects to set themselves, and therefore will be banished once they leave the field, the condition for the fusion hasn't been fulfilled and no monster is summoned. At least one card must go to the graveyard for the fusion to be performed. Also, if you have only one spoils like Wanted, chain to Hallowed, and your opponent negates the activation of the spoils, the card is no longer considered in your hand or on your field and can't be sent, and no fusion is possible. So just keep in mind, basically, don't get your activation negated, and make sure at least one Speller Trap, Sinful, goes to graveyard when you fuse. So how Azamina works, which is the search priority. So the big deal is that you're fusing with your spell cards, which are your Sinfuls. Now ideally you will fuse with the Quick Play spell, either with a Quick Play Azamina or Quick Play Sinful. So this plus this is pretty good. This plus this is pretty good, right? Now to fuse with Wanted is the best one because you get 2 with Vengeance. You can also fuse with rciela. It was a tech card for this meta. I'll still keep it. But basically, it was supposed to blow up the yummies. Susurrus, which is this next card, it might be really toxic with Magician Souls sent to graveyard. I'll talk about it later. And the deck is really all about counting to 2, which is Saint Azamina.
It's time to answer that fascinating question. What is the Sesame Street number of the day? Let's count the bats and find out. That's 1. 1 bat. 2. 2 bats. What? Nothing? Nothing happened. Where's the confetti?
So the deck is really all about counting to 2, which is Saint Azamina. Now here, wanted is 2. Morian, or here is 1+1. You can use it from hand to fuse, and then if you have an illusion, it will set itself. So for example, if you start with deception, and then you get hallowed, you hallowed, fuse Morian off, and then make Moo. Because Moo's on the field, Morian will reset itself, then deception plus Morian is plus the hallowed makes you Saint. So it's really good. Always says it's 2, but if you use this to fuse, you will get poplar, and poplar add chase to place the diabellstar vengeance on field, or poplar add snake eye, or sinful spoil subversion snake eye, which is the second sinful spoil. Remember that there's a combo where you hold the extra monster in hand for deception not hallowed, because you don't really want to use monsters on field to tribute for a deception effect. You would rather have, for example, lava golem to tribute the deception in order to add the hallowed. It's because, you know, number 1, they're useless on turn 1. Number 2, you'd also get keep your monsters for rciela, and you will just fuse more. And then you only get destroyed by impulse, so they must specifically draw something like maxi, fuwa, impulse. And then because impulse locks you from earth and wind, you can't really maxi fuwa. So it's maxi, fuwa, or impulse. So it never happens, but sometimes, you know, a lot of high rollers out there, and they will play it. So again, these are the S tier fusion. You get full combo. A tier fusions, you can get combo, it depends on your board. And B tier fusion, you need to pray Moo doesn't get negated, because if Moo gets negated and you use these to fuse, you're out of luck. Can't keep playing. So now susurrus might be really toxic with magician souls in the graveyard. So it's a free chain link to the hallowed, so you get a fuse and spellcaster of your choice. So what it says is, magician soul says send 1 level 6 or high spellcaster monster from deck to graveyard. Susurrus says target 1 illusion or spellcaster monster you control. Return that monster to the face of hand or extra deck. Special summon 1 illusion or spellcaster monster from the graveyard or banishment. So these two, you can kind of get any level 6 or higher spellcasting monster, and I don't know what to do with this, but that's crazy, right? So something to keep in mind. Now here are the azaminas, the fusion spells. These are the monsters. And then this is your payoff, which is Saint Azamina. So target protection with self-targeting floodgate on your opponent. So Tenpai can't resummon from graveyard because they target. Your opponent can't equip spells on their own monsters. They can't target their own cards with Radiant Typhoon. You can't MST destroy your own Radiant Typhoon card. Azamina herself is an OTK enabler. Can't be destroyed, but she can be targeted. Negate 0 attack monsters. Holly Sue right here is 500. So once Holly Sue summons herself, she'll become 0. Negated. You can also mega reduce your opponent's monsters with Moo, because Moo has an effect where their attacks are reduced by 500 for every Azamina on your field. So sometimes you can have a Moo, an Illya, and an Azamina. They already lose 1,500 attacks. Anything below that gets negated. And then anything above that, you know, they already lost 1,500. They're going to lose more. They can't use their effect. Now here's the Azamina cycle. You use sinfuls in the hand or field to fuse. So Hallowed Azamina, return to your hand. Now this fusion with Hallowed is not hard once per turn. Return to hand is once per turn. Hard once per turn. Which means you get 2 fusion attempts in your combo. You also use on your opponent's return to fuse, which is debtors and determination. So in graveyard banished, they return to deck for determination. So wanted. And then here, it really depends what your sinfuls are. If your sinfuls are in your hand or field, you use debtors. If they're in the graveyard or banished, use determination. Now another thing is Moo is your extra deck starter. You have access to Wanted, which is Diabellstar Vengeance, into Saint Azamina. The Azamina is sinful. Now your best adds from Moo. The first one is Wanted, because it gets you Diabellstar Engine. The other one is Deception. Add second Hallowed or Debtors for determination. Another one is Morian for more sinful spoils material. And then here reference the search priority list basically. So make a fusion with the S tier sinful spoils if possible. You really need to know your combo line. So if you go back, you make Moo. If you make Moo, you should get one of these first, which is usually it's Wanted. You can get these, but you should get OSS by popping Moo. It depends on your hand, but that's usually how it goes. This is like, you know, if you have a very good reason. Because you can argue for rciela if you want to destroy the yummies on your opponent's board. So really, it just means know your combo lines. Now, fusion analysis, how many times can you fuse? Hallowed lets you, if hallowed goes through, it lets you fuse twice. If you got hallowed in your hand, you can actually use deception to add debtors or determination, to play on your opponent's turn. It depends on how many sinfuls are in your field. Get debtors or greater vanish, get determination. Usually you'll fuse 2 to 3 times a turn, or 2 to 3 times, over 2 turns, right? So the debtors is good because it's better to keep comboing on your turn, and then later turns you can resummon, properly fusion summon Azamina, or you can determination make Saint Azamina on their turn. For example, they fuwa you, right? Now here are the sinful spoils. Don't forget that these are actual interruptions on her own, these red circles. So she's a pop. This Book of Moon. This is place opponent's monster as a continuous spell. This pops your opponent's card and it protects Black Witch from monster effects, which is very good. The Silvera, it negates first. You can send a diabellstar monster from field to graveyard to negate a card. The second is in the graveyard. If your opponent chains to a diabellstar or a simple spoil, you can banish this card to negate that effect, which is like they're just misplaying, but so important to know because a lot of people misplay. You sell the Kosyami, Silvera is in the gate right here. Morian is Book of Moon, and then this one's placed. I said that. And then there are other simple spoils. I'll not cover them due to time. There might be a line here if you pop your own move with struggle and then you chain debtors. I don't know. Then Susurrus is kind of good because you can access level 6 spellcasters with Magician's Souls. I don't know the line. Now here's a simple spoilers. We're going to count for Azamina Fusion. This is the only 2 at once for free that you get in the deck as of March 2026. Chain Link 1 Azamina Fusion, which is Hallowed or Debtors. Chain Link 2 Wanted. Then when the chain resolves, Wanted add diabellstar Vengeance. Send Vengeance and Wanted for Saint Azamina. This is 1+1, which is Morian because she can reset herself. So do not forget this. Morian reset or else you lose. If Mu leaves the field, you're stuck with the small Azaminas and you can't make Saint because one time I returned Mu with Hallowed and I forgot to set Morian. So I lost 1 sinful and I couldn't get to 2 for Saint Azamina. The other one is the second one right here. You can use OS's Graveyard Effect, which is to target, I can zoom in, which is to target 1 snake art, diabellstar monster in graveyard. That's it. They don't even have to make it. You just have to be targeted. Add 1 level 1 fire monster from deck to your hand. Place the targeted monster on the bottom of the deck. So as long as you can fulfill the target snake eyes or diabellstar, you're good. Add poplar, get a sync and simple. So you can either get subversion or you can get Chase to get Diabellstar Vengeance placed on the field. Then never use OSS Field Effect. It's not that good really. You need your monsters on the board. Here's one simple spoil. So Deception is forgiven as it is full combo. This is for Yummy. Or rciela is for Yummy. Diabellstar Protection from Veil Ash. And like deck variety. Severa is good. Negates when opponent responds to... let's just really read it. So it says right here, when your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your diabellstar monster effect or sinful spoil spell trap card effect or activation, banish this card, negate the opponent's effect. But it doesn't, if you notice, it doesn't negate Azamina effect. So your opponent can just straight negate Hallowed. They can negate Debtors, they can negate Determination. So Bear does not protect you from that. They can also negate the move, right? Which is really important. So Severa is not full protection. Yeah, it's okay. You can't force the opponent to chain, and if they know it exists, they won't play into it, and they'll just negate the Azaminas instead. Now here's another one that, you can set a sinful from graveyard. Only matters if it's sent to graveyard by Diabellstar by reasoning. It's still good to know, and by the way, you can't use that sinful. So target one sinful spoil spell trap, set it, but it cannot be activated this turn. Literally only use is to either if you want an extra interruption or if you need a sinful to fuse, this counts. And then here's the sinful spoil cycle. So what they do is the sinful spoils, they get fusioned and sent to the graveyard. Sometimes they return to the field. So for example, if Deception is face up while you use it as fusion material, it will come back in the end phase as a set card. Another one is Morian. If you have a level 5 right here, you have a level 5 or higher illusion monster, you can set this card but banish it when it leaves the field. Then here you can see in the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there from the spell and trap zone this turn while face up, you can set it. So sometimes they come back. That's another way. And then there's a third way where the sinful spoils, they can get returned to the deck. For example, there's Wanted right here. You can return it to the deck. And then this is not return to deck actually. Determination. Okay, there's two things. Let me fix it. Okay, so another way a sinful spoil can return to the field is with the graveyard effect of Azamina Determination. You can set any sinful spoil card right here. It has to be a spell or trap. You can target one sinful spoil spell and trap card, set it, but it cannot be activated this turn. So it's just more fusion material. And then when you return it to deck, you use Wanted to return a sinful spoil to deck. It says right here. Banish this card from the graveyard, target one sinful spoil, spell trap this banish in the graveyard, except, a card of the same name. Place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw one card. And then Determination says you can use sinful spoils right here. Where is it? Shuffle one sinful spoils card from your graveyard or banishment to fusion summon, basically. So here's the thing. Determination does not go infinite. Why? Because you cannot get Determination from the graveyard as far as I know. I've looked it up a little bit. I don't think it comes back. So you only have a limited amount of fusion summons. You can't go infinite. The only one that you go infinite with, it's like the Deception, Hallowed, Illya Silva combo, where Deception is face up, Hallowed fuses it. You have an Illya goes to graveyard, Hallowed, Deception sets itself again, it lives, Hallowed returns Illya Silva to the deck, and then you flip Deception, then Hallowed fuse again. That's the only infinite I've found so far. With Determination, it doesn't go infinite. You can't get it back from the graveyard, as far as I know. Now here the Diabells. So I will still talk about Diabell's White Witch. She is good on ladder. But in Duelist Cup, I cut her because you need Diabellstar Vengeance, which is this card, access ASAP. So the most important part is she pops a card for half your life points, and then she's also treated as a sinful spoils card. Now, getting interrupted on Diabell's White Witch, sometimes turn ender, since you get 0 sinful to fuse with, and you lose Diabellstar Vengeance access. So what you're supposed to do is Diabells, send Curse, add Filia, add Diabellstar Vengeance, you have a spell and a trap to summon Vengeance for free, right? But what if you start with Filia, right? With Filia, if you add Diabells, you send Curse, you can't add Filia again. You have to use, the Curse can only add a Diabell. See right here. This card is sent to graveyard banished, add one Diabell spell trap from your deck to your hand. The only one that this pure deck is running right now is Filia. So, Filia, add Diabell, send Curse, you add Filia again, you're cooked. You already used the Filia Diabell effect, because it says you can only use each effect once per turn. So what you do with Diabells is you send Diabellstar Vengeance, and then because you play a lot of spells, you're fine. But you need to get access to a trap card, which is not always guaranteed. So this is like half a combo, which is not. Then there are other Diabell cards. I'm gonna skip them for time. Just play the Diabell. Now here's the poplar cycle that you need to know, especially for like entering grind games. So you go poplar, chase, diabellstar, set, trap, silvera, diabellstar, resummon to poplar. Poplar basically pays infinite once per turn cost, and it's actually the best familiar for diabellstar. The lore is just insane. So how you enter it, you can use OSS graveyard effect, maybe field effect, but don't really use it. What I usually do is I get poplar access, right? Enter engine with normal summon poplar. Then here in chase, enter engine by just playing Snake Eye Chase. You can also do that as well because you can summon diabellstar Black Witch. And you also lose the infinite poplar to pay for diabellstar resummon effect if you summon dramatic Snake Eye Chase. The other one is this line right here is for grind game because if you get fuwa or droll, Snake Eye Chase places diabellstar as a face-up spell card. You can't really get ashed. It is not a summon for fuwa. It is a summon for maxx, but it's not a summon for fuwa. And then here you get one negate and then recursion on your next turn. Here is just if you want a max combo, you want an extra pop for your opponent's turn because usually you use her effect when you go full combo. So this line is for max combo. Diabellstar Vengeance pop. Vengeance is a sinful spoil that can be used even as a continuous spell placed by Snake Eye Chase. And here's Diabell's cycle, subdual, and original Sinkeeper. Simple spoil subdual summons Diabells. This one summons this. It's a floodgate. It kills Radiant Typhoon more than you already do. You stop Draco Tail from using one spell since you can pop it if you go turn 1, but that's like turn 1 cheese. The deck doesn't need turn 1 cheese, it needs turn 2 help. So why though? Right? If the deck already has a lot of searches, this is not a priority search, Subdual. Turn 1 cheese does nothing on turn 2 when the opponent already set their card. And it can be doable if the deck does one more search, but it's like, you can do it in another build. And then you can still access Subdual because the diabellstar set, you can access it. Move Fusion for Summon effect, you can access it. And then if Illya Silva gets destroyed, you can also access it because if Illya Silva gets destroyed, you add one Sinful Spoils trap card from your deck to your hand. Here's the Diabell's cycle with the White Witch start. This is the only one that is full combo. It's only searchable in White Forest, it's not an Azamina. And you gotta Gamba with Reasoning or Grass. So here is the starter, not Filia, this one. So Diabell's, send Curse, add Filia, add Vengeance, and then you have Spell Trap to summon Vengeance. That's literally it. And the other thing I forgot to say is this conflicts with Impulse because it's a line monster, right? But one time it happened to me and I lost that game in Duelist Cup. Here in Reasoning again, in Grass, you're just gambling to send Curse, add Filia, get Diabellstar. And you do lose White Witch. So Filia Diabellstar, or Filia Diabell for Diabells. So right here, Filia for White Witch, send Curse. You don't do anything because you already add Filia, right? You've used Filia. Then Filia for White Witch into the Vengeance. You fail because there's no guaranteed trap in the graveyard. So therefore, Filia should just add Diabell Vengeance in general. Don't gamble on White Witch, right? There's actually an Azamina Diabell deck, no joke, like more than it already is. But I have to think about how to make them bridge, right? Don't know how to bridge possible. Right now the bridge is Moo, and it's too important for finishing Azamina combo. Here is just remember because Filia Diabell adds from deck to hand, you can always return Vengeance to. Okay, so you can always return Vengeance to graveyard with OSS. It turns Filia into an in-engine board breaker. So because the graveyard effect of OSS says you can banish this card, target one Snake Eye or Diabellstar monster, add one level 1 fire monster from deck to your hand, then place targeted monster on the bottom of the deck. So you can return it to the deck and then Filia Diabell becomes live. Now, Diabellstar Vengeance literally travels the entire playmat, by the way, because you can go from hand to graveyard, deck, continuous field. You don't ever have to banish, spell or trap. So it was Deception, tribute Diabellstar Vengeance, add Hallowed. You make Moo, you add Wanted, make Striker Azalea. Then Azalea pops Moo, you add OSS. Hallowed returns Moo, add itself. Chainlink 1 Hallowed, Chainlink 2 Wanted, add Diabellstar Vengeance, makes it Azamina. By sending Wanted Diabellstar Vengeance, OSS and Vengeance to deck, Poplar summon, Poplar, add Snake Eye Chase. This Diabellstar on field and summon in end phase with Snake Eye Chase. What about Diabell's White Witch or Original Sin Keeper? So these are the other two Diabell cards, besides Diabell herself, which I didn't add. So these two cards are hard to search. There's no real bridge. So Subdual is the bridge, but what do you do then, right? And then, like with White Witch, you just send the Sevilla Trap. That's not combo. And if you notice, we did the combo line here. So we'll see on next slide, there is no real Azamina starter in the graveyard. They're all extenders. So, right, you send a quick effect Azamina Sinful to trigger more Regina. That's win more. It's also conflicts with Impulse when Diabells is in hand. Happened once in DC and I cut it right there. There's a way to play with Original Sin Keeper. I just haven't explored that line yet. And then the Subdual second effect does let you get around Triple Tactics Thrust because it says banish this card from your graveyard, target one face down card you control, return it to the hand. Then you can set one spell trap from your hand. But here it just says if your opponent has no monster, you gotta set a card, and then that set card cannot be activated this turn. But if you return it to your hand, you can just play it. The duel also forces the Original Sin Keeper pop, but you can only activate once the duel effect return. So now what about Reasoning or Graph? So Reasoning is Lamau. Half of these cards are now Diabellstar, Magician's Soul, Poplar, Vengeance, and Sphere Mode. There's 4 cards that are not. So the win rate is like 50%. And by the way, don't play with Sphere Mode. I just used it in DC because I need the extra tribute, but you will fail with Reasoning on Sphere Mode. It will just not summon. Mostly, I used Reasoning as Ash or Purge bait. So if Reasoning resolved in the Duelist Cup, people are calling 4 for Odion, for Matt. So I also called 4 because I won a game. Because if you look at some of the cards they have to send to graveyard, I saw one Apophis Trap when they discarded for Super Poly. Then I called 4, and then the guy went to graveyard. Also, sometimes they play Ether Barrel, that's also level 4. They will lose with that. Really check the graveyard effects of Sinful Spoils. They're not starters all, they're just extenders. Unrelated. It felt weird because like with my hand, it felt like I was throwing away combo when I was pitching away spells from Magician's Souls. So like, you don't need to search more, you just need to play your combo. So the thing is that like in this current meta, like being an Impulse deck on its own is just insane. In the current meta, hand traps don't stop decks anymore. So for example, Ash is like whatever, Baylor's whatever, all it does is like hand rip yourself, right? Until Konami prints another busted hand trap. And then you do play Gamba, which is Reasoning, it gets you more gas. So this thing is like a 50-50. Sometimes it whiffs, like literally mathematically, because half of these cards are not, you know, Diabellstar. The other one is like, they can pick 7 if they know you're an Azamina deck. Also, there aren't really any graveyard effects you can use to start your plays, so that's also gambling. Going full gas is still okay, because if you know your opponent's board and interruptions, you know how to break them. So again, for Reasoning, in Engine, what are these graveyard effects? So Hallowed, you need it to return an Azamina to return itself to hand. So this means you fusion summon successfully already. But in like an empty board state, if you fusion summon already, you're kind of winning. So it doesn't do anything on its own. The Silvera Trap is chain itself to save a Diabellstar or Sinful effect. It is an extender, it's not a combo starter. It's only useful if their opponent misplays, because if they know your Azamina, they will not interact with your Sinful Spell cards. They'll just act with your Azamina cards instead. They will negate, or they'll impulse Azamina itself. They'll negate move, you know, destroy, say, Azamina. You don't play around Silvera if your opponent knows what they're doing. There's also Morgan reset. So with the reset of Morgan from the graveyard, you need a level 5 or higher Lucian on field to set. So again, you're already winning. The other one is the OSS Graveyard effect. It's an extender, not a combo starter. So first, you need to make sure a Snake Eye or Diabellstar is in the graveyard. That's not guaranteed. And then you can start a combo, and it's not even Azamina combo. It's the Poplar low tempo grind combo right here. The low tempo grind combo. And then there's Diabellstar Vengeance, which is an extender. It's not a combo starter. You need a trap in the graveyard. You do also need a spell, but the deck is mostly spells. It's not guaranteed. Curse of Diabell at Filia, but it's Giga Fail with Filia at Diabell's White Witch. So it is a starter, but it does not do Azamina combo. There's also a bit more, which is Debtors Graveyard effect. It only resummons a fusion summoned Azamina, not anything special summoned from the extra deck, like with say Azamina effect. Want to draw, but you need a Sinful Spoil in graveyard, and it's just a draw. It's literally a draw. It doesn't start combo. And then Azamina Determination. It resets a Sinful. You cannot use it this turn. It just uses fusion material, or you know, to set and use it as an interruption on your opponent's turn. If it's, for example, Severe or Morian. So for example, if your hand is Diabellstar and Reasoning, Technically, you got 2 copies of diabellstar, which is just bad. So it's like, you know, recently it's even more gamba. And then now here, what about ty-phon? So there's no space. I would swap Eris 6th for him, this guy. But Eris 6th comes up in like 1 in 20 games when you can't get 2 simple spoils for Saint Azamina. ty-phon doesn't do anything. Everyone can play around him at the moment. BS K9 don't care, Yami don't care. Mitsu rciela will just run ty-phon over because, you know, Habikiri, where Kumo is like 3,000 plus. Man, right here, can just make our own with Labrador Dragon because it's a level 6 tuner. Summoned from Primary Lord Lilo. Games this meta, they're combo and high tempo, which is usual for Konami with increasing power level. However, ty-phon is good at ladder. You can break boards. You play around Ash with talent. And then I'm gonna play this replay right here. Okay, so this is just the hero game where, like, you should play ty-phon on ladder because in Duelist Cup, you're only playing, like, the 3-4 meta decks, basically. And, like, yeah, basically the 3-4 meta decks. But on ladder, you're gonna find, like, a lot of different and weird experiences. For example, like, Hero. Hero is, like, not really a tiered deck. Maybe it's, like, tier 2, but, like, they do have floodgates, for example. Here, they already got DPE. Because, like, TLDR, when you're playing against Hero, you just never let them get poly. But the thing is, like, with the new hero cards, like with Furnace, they'll get poly. So ideally, you hold Impulse and just, you know, impulse their poly. But they can actually, this guy figured out how to get it back with enough gas. They made, who's his face? Where is he? Because here I had to imperm Ferris, because Ferris is gonna get poly anyways. It was actually misplayed to impulse Ferris. I should have impulse. I should just let them keep going. Literally, let them poly, impulse first, and then don't let them get poly again. Like, let them do all this combo. It doesn't matter. So this impulse was a misplay. Don't let them stop the combo. As again I said, if you know their combo, you can stop it. Which I did know the hero combo before the mass heroes dropped, and then now they changed. So I'm updating the combo. But basically, you're gonna see they figured out a way to get the poly back from the graveyard. It's gonna be right here. I impulse it. In the old builds, they were cooked. They were cooked like this. But now, You're gonna get it back. So if you look, blah 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 blah. Guys running Wonder Driver right here, and then Wonder Driver says, basically, if you summon a hero to the spot that's pointing to, you can set poly, and I'm like, oh because if I just let them combo, this was gonna be their combo anyways. Then I imperm Wonder Driver, they were cooked. They're actually cooked. And by the way, they got plasma. So let's skip forward. Blah 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 blah. Like this guy's useless. This guy's also kind of useless. And then I'm under poly. Like what the. So here I just get vengeance access. Send it for diabellstar. I don't activate her effect because if there's some draws you can do. I'm expecting for talents to draw. And if you activate an effect and it gets negated, you can only use that effect once per turn. But if you do not activate the effect, you just summon Black Witch, and you find a way to summon Black Witch later, you can use her effect later. So that's what I was hoping. And here I also don't use the effect. It's funny because I drew it out. Now look, they have Plasma, which is you know, a one-sided negate on my side, but I have to battle freaking this guy because once per battle it will. No, it was just really you can't destroy what's his face. You can't destroy the goon. I don't know why they didn't do it again. Wait, now that I read it, did they mess up? 1 second. You can only use the volume effects once per turn right here. So this is only once per turn. Yeah, so like the destroy is once per turn. Then, you know, the quick plays mean you just play in the battle phase. And then you make this. So here's the thing, he is negated. So like if Sunriser could have done it again, I would have died. So now out of their plasma. Okay, what next? The whole point is to make this live because this all happened in the battle phase. And so now I'm gonna try and make it live. I have to snipe this because I was expecting the old build, which is they're gonna make what's his face, which is Shining Flare Neo Swingman, I think, and then they'll pop my board. But because this is the new, you know, maxed hero build, they're gonna make someone else, and that's how I lose the one card, by the way. Yes, I'm one card away from breaking this board. So they get contrast. It's like, okay, dude, give hero more omnis and the floodgate. Then this, and then you know, contrast has to change. So like Little Knight literally outs him. Okay, whatever. But I pay 4k life points if you notice. Banish him. And then here's the thing. Right here, if I had TYPHON in my extra deck, I would not draw 2. You see they have Ash, right? That was the quickest Ash in their life. I would steal this monster and I would make a TYPHON and just sit on it. Because my end board next turn is going to be TYPHON plus SP. That is not easy to punch through. Especially in a low tempo scenario where their only draw right here is freaking what's his face. Right? So, let me think. I won't even let him have this because now this guy needs to be fusion summoned with a normal monster. Because it was removed from the field, it doesn't count as being fusion. It was just the last thing. I think that's how the game works. He doesn't remember he was fusioned with a normal summon monster. Because last turn I did see them add the Elemental Hero Neos, but look at this. They got that guy, Liquid Soldier, which is like whatever, right? So if it was an SP plus this guy on my side, which is a TYPHON now, they can't really do anything with this. Like these two, they actually just cannot. What do they do? They're kind of cooked. And I will live because I'm 4k most likely. And then like, whatever's gonna kill me, I'll just banish with what's their face, SP Little Knight. So you're gonna just see, I just gave up. I'm just saying this guy's game, and then they're just trying to, you know, be cool with match chains. Like, you went turn 1. I mean, okay, and then you floodgated me. So I guess we'll just skip to the end of it. Yeah. So that's why TYPHON's very good. Do not meme with, like, do not disrespect TYPHON. TYPHON is very, very, very good. Just to let you know, TYPHON's actually really good. Very good on ladder. I actually, right now, remove Soul F Eris 6th on for TYPHON. Now, what about maxx or fuwa? So, again, avoid giving your opponent draws if they mess up and play maxx fuwa in the main phase, you chain. If you have god debtors in life, you just chain it. And at most you summon one, which is move rcielago, then you give them one draw, and that's it. They just play Upstart Goblin. Then your new goal when this happens is to summon Saint Azamina on turn 2. So what you do is you use debtors if your sinfuls are on board or in your hand, or you use determination if the sinfuls are in your graveyard or banished, right? So and then the thing is, you might have to decline deception reset for determination to make Saint Azamina. One problem with this is you will die to like red reboot on the determination. It happened to me once. Or impulse on either debtors or determination. Then under fuwa, you can still summon from hand, so diabellstar is still good. So you can enter the Silvera grind game like this under fuwa, so you can still fight them. You will end up having a Silvera negate Saint Azamina on their turn plus an illya Silva. It's pretty good, and as long as you don't die the next turn, you will win. Under maxi, you're kind of cooked. It's your decision. Ideally, you're looking for one card of their draw for 2 interruptions, or one card for 2 interruptions versus their 1 draw is good enough. Azamina doesn't really do that with their fusions because Saint Azamina, it has to be fusion summoned on that turn. You can't summon Saint Azamina on your turn, then summon on their turn. It doesn't work like that. But you can still play under maxi or fuwa.
名はごめん。
And what about impulse? So if you get impulse, you're dead. Kind of. Depends on your hand. So the good news is hallowed does not send a sinful per cost, neither does debtors. So the bad news is you kind of lose a fusion. So let's say they impulse your first hallowed, right? If you have two hallowed plus a sinful, and hallowed is not once per turn to fuse, it's live. Only the graveyard return effect to your hand is live. So you can still play. But in this hand, right? Debtors is dead because debtors you can only play once per turn. But in this hand, it's live because you can hollow fuse multiple times. So it really depends on your hand. Now what about droll? Well, they kind of died. The only outplay at the moment is Wanted and draw phase at diabellstar or diabellstar Vengeance. If you have diabells already, it's kind of very bad because you lose your 2 sinful play for Saint Azamina. But like I started doing it anyways because if you start from diabellstar, it's pretty good. You kind of get a second draw, you know, if they don't have a droll. You can also still play with reasoning and grasp because droll doesn't stop you from sending from deck to graveyard. Droll also doesn't stop you from sending from the deck. But if you set determination and you don't have a fusion spell, you're cooked because determination itself, it depends where you got drolled, but you can't add hollow, right? So that's pretty bad. But you can still kind of play around it. These are the 2 plays. You will just enter the Silvera grind game. Really depends on your hand, by the way. So you can make like an SP or an IP. Now how to enter grind game. So diabellstar, Silvera, and poplar right here. This is a good grind game, right? This combo because you get a negate on your second turn, and then you send diabellstar, go to graveyard, ideally send poplar, summon herself, and then you get a sinful spoil spell or trap. The other thing is she's also very big, 2,500. So, you know, she can run stuff over. She can run over man. She can run over, what's that space? Ether Barrel. Not that bad. So, Mo Regina is resummons hard once per turn, but it's still how you enter the grind game because on the first turn, let's say Mo Regina lives. On your second turn, you can just resummon Saint Azamina. You can't summon from extra deck because it wasn't fusion that turn, but it's still good grind game. The other thing is, debtors resummons a fusion Azamina from your graveyard. So most likely, you can get Moo back. You can get, Saint Azamina, and then if you make like Moo, you can make SP, so it's still okay. If you've got Hollow, Ilya Silva, and Deception in graveyard, you can literally recycle it and resummon anymore, and you can resummon illya. So again, the illya is in the graveyard, hallowed in the graveyard, deception is set because they didn't get destroyed the last turn. You flip deception, hallowed returns illya, and then hallowed is in your hand, deception is on the field. Hallowed send deception, summon illya, and the end phase deception sets itself, and you just pray it doesn't get interacted with. So this is like a free omni-negate every turn. It's not that crazy. It would have been insane in like 2019, 2020, but now it's like okay. And then a special note. Okay, another one is I don't know any more grind games. Maybe I can find more later. And the special note is nobody knows how to Yuki Boom anymore. They don't know how to like just play the long game because you can just outgrind people. Like they don't know how to play past turn 2 after their combo. Just simply like this, when you enter the grind game, you just ask for the fundamentals of the game, how to get advantage against your opponent. And don't forget like the battle phase. Don't forget maxing out your interactions. And the grind games are very good to test your like fundamentals. Now how to OTK number 1. So you can do double Azamina. So first you summon Saint, then Saint summons Mo Regina, and then summon Azamina by tributing an opponent's face-up monster and Saint. You get your first Azamina. Mo Regina resummon Saint Azamina because she was properly fusion summoned. You tribute your opponent's monster and make a second Azamina. You also have Mo Regina pop 2, which is chaining to your Azamina or sinful spoil effect. With this, you've cleared 2 to 4 monsters because 2 from Mo Regina, 2 from an Azamina summon. From your opponent's board, you have 8k plus 3k, which is 11k damage on the board. You have lethal. Like, you can even fight a 5th monster You literally you wipe your opponent's board, and you have 2 monsters left with AK damage. Your opponent's dead. How to OTK number 2, Azamina and Ilya Silva. So Ilya Silva says any battle damage from your Azamina monsters except herself inflicts to your opponent is doubled. So you can just Azamina attacks their opponent directly, do AK damage, right? But you can also Azamina Ilya Silva with other ones and then do double damage. It helps you close out games. The third way to OTK is Monster Sam. So Mo, Regina, and Azamina by themselves are already 7k damage. Sometimes you get access to Diabellstar Vengeance for 2,500 more and a pop. So this already is lethal damage with no monsters on opponent's field. And by the way, Diabellstar Vengeance is a sinful, so Mo, Regina you can chain to yourself and then pop to more. So this is already game as well.
名はごめん。
In How to OTK number 4, there's Deception's secret effect. Nobody knows this because Deception is always in the graveyard. Uses fusion summon material, but if you have a second Deception, there's nothing saying you cannot activate Deception once per turn. You can just use their effects once per turn. So this one is where if a monster is sent to your opponent's graveyard and you control an Azamina monster, make your opponent lose 1,500 life points. I actually lost the game. I dropped the game versus Radiant Typhoon because I forgot that effect. I was running out of time, but after I check my cards, this is how you push for a game. this is about patience. So patience is you should only use negates on things that will kill you. You only interrupt if you really know your opponent's combos. And then even then it might not work because you don't know the extenders in their hand. Only use your interruption if you know how their deck works, else use interruption when you're forced to. Even then, let it go not to play into talents and thrusts. So here's going to be a dots example. So you've won turn 1. You have 2 negates. Your opponent has 3 starters, but they only create 1 point of interaction, right? Let's say I use my interruptions on my opponent's combo. They have 1 interaction and they start dismantling my board. So if you see right here, I'm going to use both my negates on the starter, and then they use their 3rd starter, and then they make their 1 interruption. They start dismantling my board. Your opponent wins. But let's say I'm patient and I let these 2 go. They still can only create 1 interaction. Like for example, what if their combo only makes SP? Right? What if their combo only makes SP and you just let everything go up to SP, you negate the SP, suddenly they can't make any more links, right? If you just wait until you are forced to interact with your opponent's interruption, you will win because you will handle here, right? I have 1 more negate, I will handle 1 more thing they throw at me, I win. They cannot start dismantling my board, they have to keep playing. But here, because I used my baits on their starters, suddenly, you know, they can continue their combo because actually these 3 cards right here start the 1 combo and then I'm like cooked when they finally start the combo. But here, when I'm forced to negate, they can only make this 1 combo with the 3 cards. So these cards are kind of the same, right? But if I just wait until I'm forced to negate it, I will win. So this is just the thing about patience. Also, again, remember talents and thrusts are a thing, which is what some builds do is they just literally the very last card is thrust, they add grass, and they just play grass for Azamina. I don't like it, but some builds do it, and that's how they win. Literally, there's one guy, all the replays I see, they just have grass, they resolve grass, and they win. Like, not really a strategy that uses the Azamina card, it's more like a strategy to use grass to win, if that makes sense. But it didn't, like, because if you have a grass deck, if you resolve grass, you always win. Right? So it wasn't the Azaminas that pushed the game over, it was grass, if that makes sense. That's why I always advocate, just be patient, wait until you're forced to interact, or if you know your opponent's deck, then you can do an early interaction. There are 4 to 7 1-card starters, which is Wanted, which is limited, and then diabellstar. You can also add Reasoning, and the second starter is the fusions, which is these 2 fusions, plus a sinful spoil, right? So fusion is live if you have at least 1 fusion, 1 spoil. This also doesn't count deception+monster. So now, if you just do without Reasoning, because I don't like Reasoning, it's Gamba, this is a hypergeometric calculator. You know, my deck size is 41, I got 4 wins, successes. My sample size is 5 because I start with a 5-card hand on turn 1. I want at least 1 is 41%. For turn 2, because the sample size goes to 6, and the 6-card hand is 48%. It's okay, right? But now let's add Reasoning, right? So, again, 7 successes for the 5-card hand. 62% to see at least 1 of these cards in your hand in turn 1. Then again, success is 7. The hand size is 6 because I'm turn 2. You have a 70% chance to see at least 1 card starter. Now, this is kind of low because like meta decks, they have 80% chance to see their cards. Now we have to check the Azamina fusion brick rate. So fusion is live if you have 1 Azamina fusion, or at least 1 Azamina fusion, and at least 1 sinful spoil. So if you've got 3 Azamina, 3 debtors, the number of sinful spoils, so popular normal summon is 1 because you can either add sinful spoils of Subversion Snake Eye, or you can go Snake Eye Chase, place diabellstar Vengeance, that's another one. Filia Diabell is extra copies of Vengeance. Snake Eye Chase by itself is also Vengeance. So I have 14 simple spoils. So if you look at this deck all the way at the beginning, this is a spoil because this gets you this gets you Chase, which gets you this. So 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, because this gets to this, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And the rest are not sinful spoil. Oh my goodness, I added it right here. Well, okay. In any case, what I want is the probability of at least one Azamina fusion and at least one sinful spoil as a live hand. So there's two steps, which is you calculate the complement, because the probability of this is the same as not getting no Azamina fusion and no sinful spoil. And then you gotta do some inclusion exclusion, which is this formula, which just says that the probability of a event happening or probability of a2 event happening is the same as probability of a1 and a2 minus a double counting, because sometimes a1 and a2 happens. So you count it, a1 and a2 happens here, and a1 and a2 happens here. So you just need to subtract one of them because it's duplicate. So why does the complement make sense? Because the probability of A and B happening is the same as not A not happening or B not happening. So that's just how you can calculate it. Then here's why inclusion exclusion makes sense, because the probability of A or B happening is the same as probability of A plus probability of B minus overcounting, because A counts this part once, B counts this part a second time. So you must subtract this once in order to just count this whole side one at a time. Remember, we're doing the complement, so it's 1 minus this, and then the probability of an A is no Azamina fusion. Probability here, which is A2 or B, is no sinful spoil, and then you need to calculate when you get no Azamina and no sinful spoil. So we're going to just cheat and plug in hypergeometric numbers, and then you have to calculate this last term on your own. So again, we know right here, probability of no Azamina fusion. So you got 41 cards and 6 fusions. Your size is 5, right? Right here it says 43% to not get a fusion, because when X is less than 1, because we are using, cards, what's the number less than 1? 0. You can't draw like half of a card that doesn't exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! So what this says right here is the probability to get less than 1 Azamina fusion in your turn in your 5 card hand is 43%. So that's the chance to not get an Azamina fusion. So it's a hack. It's some discrete probability BS, but anyway, probability of X less than 1 means you calculate it when X is equal to 0, because your inputs are whole numbers. 0 is the only whole number below 1. I forget how to do probability over the reals, but something to do with like distribution functions. Don't worry about that. So here again, what's the probability to get no sinful spoil? So you have 41 deck size, 14 spoils, your 5 card hand because your turn 1. You just need at least 1. So because you want to see when you get 0, which is X less than 1, you have a 10% chance to not see a sinful spoil. And now I realize at this point that the numbers will be different for turn 1 and turn 2. So for turn 2, just add 5% as an estimate, just as a guess, educated guess. Now here you say this union right here. What happens when you get no Azamina fusion and no sinful spoil? So we can raw calculate this, because you can calculate ANDs very easily. You just have a 5 card hand and you just pick a choice. So the first card you get, it's not Azamina and it's not sinful. What's the probability? Out of 41 cards, you remove the Azaminas, you remove the sinfuls, and then the deck size is 41. So the first card, the probability of no Aza and no sinful is 21 over 41. For the second card, because there's no replacement, it's just again the same 40 card deck, because you already took 1, right? Minus your Azas, minus the sinful, so it becomes 20 out of 40. So just think about this. Your second card to not be an Azamina fusion and not be a sinful spoil is 50%. For your third card, it is again 19 over 39. The fourth card is 18 over 38. The fifth card is 17 over 7. So the number to get no Azamina and no sinful spoil is around 2.7%. So this is when you don't get both. It's very rare. Because the probability of at least one Azamina and at least one sinful spoil is 1 minus probability of no Azamina fusion and no sinful spoil, and then we just have to plug this in. So we know the probability of not getting Azamina is 43%, probability of not getting a sinful is 10%, and the probability of no Azamina and no sinful is 2.7%. You just solve it, it's 49%. So the chance for at least one Azamina and one sinful spoil is 49%, which means you have to start with mu rcielago half the time. So again, TLDR, these are all independent. I'll kind of attempt to calculate both later. The chance to see at least one Azamina and one sinful is 49%. You start with move 49% of the time. If you just want to be strict, these are your real starters. You have 41% to see one of these 4 cards in your 5-card hand, 48% to see one of these cards in your 6-card hand on turn 2. If you include reasoning, you have 62% chance to see at least one of these in your opening hand in turn 1, and then on turn 2, you have a 70% chance to see at least one of these cards on turn 2. So these are kind of like half good. It's like basically says the deck kind of breaks half the time. It's not that crazy, but to be live means you see move or you see one of these. Now, from my experience, just straight up, just raw data, the deck bricks 1 out of 7 or 8 games, which is around 14.2%, or 1 out of 8, which is 12.5%. That's the rate. To pass this, I'm just gonna use numbers from COPILOT and double check this with your experience. So these are the COPILOT numbers. What is the chance to see one move, which is at least one Azamina, or at least one simple spore, one simple spoil, or a single card starter? So we know how to get move, we know how to get a single card starter. We just need to calculate, when you get move and a single card starter, because that's double counted, right? To be cheap with a complement again, and then this calculation is cringe because you do like this big thing, and I don't want to do that. I'll just get the number from COPILOT. So the calculation of seeing a move and 1-card combo is 16.8%. So what does this mean? 49 plus 41 minus 16. You are 74% live on turn 1 with no reasoning. This also means you have a 26% brick rate. But then here, if you add reasoning, you also know 49% chance to see move, but again, 62% chance, if you go right here, to see reasoning on turn 1, right? So 80, and then the chance to see both, because your counting is double, you remove 26%. You have an 84.6% chance to see reasoning or diabellstar cards or a move combo on turn 1, which is a 14% brick rate. So this is basically the bottom edge of like competitive PQ, because they want an 85% to 95% success. And this is just on turn 1, but turn 2, decks have better numbers. Without reasoning, it's 81.6% live, which is an 18.4% brick rate. And then with reasoning, you have a 90% chance to be live on turn 1, which is move, an Azamina, and a sinful, or at least one card combo. And then here, if you include reasoning, 90%, 9.2% brick rate. So hilariously, like kind of not, but the deck will perform better turn 2 than on turn 1, which explains in the very beginning right here, my untapped stats. Because why is my turn 2 rate a lot better? Actually, maybe it's because I brick less on turn 2, right? Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, you have a deck that goes from, so you have a deck that jumps from 74% live to 81% live on turn 1 to turn 2. Or, right here with reasoning, 84% live to 90% live with reasoning. Like, it's very, very big. So, something to really think about, because this is the first time I played a deck like this, where, like, you just get combo more often on turn 2. Like, it's literally, yes, it's true, but, like, this jump is huge. So coincidentally, we know the probability of an insane hand is diabellstar and move access, because it's literally this term right here, seeing a move and 1 combo. Seeing a move and 1 card combo. So again, on turn 1, you have an 18.6% chance to see both of these cards, no reasoning. Turn 1, you have a 26% chance to see both of these cards, like both of these starters with reasoning. And again, here's the brick rates, right? 21%, 14%. Turn 2, 18%, 9%. With the probabilities out of the way, the deck is kind of good. It's good on turn 1. It's way better on turn 2. How do you play turn 2? So first, you need to think about back row reach. So you need back row reach to break boards. There's one way in engine and the second way in extra deck. So first is diabellstar vengeance. You need to force a pop. You have SP to banish a card in back row, but you're locked out of the battle phase, which doesn't matter because if you play SP like that, you're going to be forced to go into the grand game. And then I added Dragoon to the extra deck. So Dragoon is also a back row negator. Duster's banned this meta because all it does is get negated by the Draco Tail trap that targets a spell and negates it in Mitsuruga Purification. because I've played a lot of Mutsu. So now we're going to talk about board breaking straight up. So I'm going to show you a find negate game and droll. You already know how to break back row. So it's diabellstar vengeance, which is Filia is vengeance. And Filia is also going to summon vengeance from the deck if you have no cards and your opponent has cards. Not only can you break back row, you can start battling to clear another interruption, and then you can play main phase 2. You also use SP Little Knight to break the back row. You just target banish a card. And then you can also just destroy a pure K9 board. It's not that hard. You also have a double Azaminas summon built in right here. So it's also not hard once per turn to fuse. It's just once per turn to return to your hand. Not many effects negate spells or spell activations. You can let Mu and Illya die, and they actually get you a sinful spell trap. So for example, you use Mu effect to add a Azamina or a sinful spoil to your hand, and your opponent negates it. Let it go. Baron will negate it. Suddenly, Mu's graveyard effects will activate, and then you get a sinful spoil to your hand. So it's not an Azamina, but you still get combo. And then because hallowed is most likely in the graveyard, you can return hallowed back and then attempt to fuse again. So you'll have one sinful spoil, and then your job is to get the second. So again, Filia summon Diabellstar Vengeance, pop 1, and it's also a simple spoil for fusion, and it has a resummon effect. It's really insane board breaking. Now here's another one, which is Sinful Spoils of Subversion Snake Eye. It's an insane spell because you place your opponent's monster as a spell, and that monster is basically locked out of the game. They can't use it as material, and they must use the interruption, or it's gone, or they negate the Sinful Spoils of Subversion Snake Eye, and then they suddenly play into talent and thrust.
お縄ごめん。
So this is just the March 2026 DC meta report. So this is VS K9. So K9 board is straight up weak. You will always run him over. 50-50 the open insane. Other times it's just K9. K9 board is stupid easy to break. The VS first, they can bridge the K9 with 2 level 5s. VS though is nuts by themselves. When they open VS, they also make Ripper and access K9 engine. If I had more experience, I would break their boards. And then if you have Impulse on the rank 7 guy to rank up to C104 is the way. You impulse to stop this summon. You don't let them end on this board. You don't let them end on this guy because this guy is an interruption. So, in my opinion, C104 sucks. Shark by itself is an interruption, and it frees up 3 extra deck slots for weird situations for their side. Now here's a Dracodale meta report. So IMO sucks now, but maybe I was playing against bad players, but they all target, and as long as you bail out the spell negate, you straight win. Also, Arthalion doesn't come back when you tribute it for Azamina. You tribute Arthalion last to make your big Azamina, the gold one. Now, I don't know about this deck because I just impulse 5 mana and they straight die. Like, literally, if they do one of the Dracodale spells, the add to hand, fuse, I don't do it. I only impulse on 5 mana and they straight die because they lose a monster to fuse into the Dracodale cards, right? They have 3 interruptions, which is, you know them. It's Flame, Horn, and Sting. And 1 Gulamel pop, and whatever they draw. And that's it. So technically, it's 4 interruptions, right? One of which is, it's like actually 3, because it has to change to themselves. And then whatever they have in hand. Like, yeah, they have Gulamel, but, or not that, yeah, they have Malulu, but it's not guaranteed. And they will not save Malulu for you, because they are not expecting to play against Azamina. So for me, at least, it disappeared after stage 2 started. I don't know if this deck is good, or if they just ranked up too high for me. So Josh and Jesse Khan were both grinding with Dracodale at 40k points, whereas I am a pleb, I'm at like 10k points. Now for Radiant Typhoon, all you need to care about is Varroon, this one, big one. Because she can kill Saint Azamina without targeting. It says right here, opponent activates monster effect and you have mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, negate, and then you have 2 or more Space Typhoon, destroy it. So that sucks. Otherwise, you auto win turn 1 because they cannot target their own cards for MST. You straight win if you just SP their continuous trap card and remove it. Even if they try to negate SP, you chain SP to remove another Radiant Typhoon card and dodge it. So you can negate, Varroon, or you can SP, remove Varroon and some other card that you don't like. The only real winner is if they draw Sheena. So I accidentally outplayed Sheena because I wasn't thinking about it. But when I saw it, they did discard a Sheena for Super Poly, and they had an extra one in their hand. And I was like, wait, I read the card and I was like, oh, this is the first time I've seen Sheena. I quote unquote outplayed it, but I didn't. And actually, this is why you always hold. This is why you always hold your interruption until you have to use it, because if I just didn't play anything, they were dead to Azamina on its own. Okay, I never saw Lunan Light. You can outliger Dancer with Azamina by battle or by summon condition, because you can just tribute her to summon. There's a summon condition, it's not an effect. Under one liger, you need to live through one pop. Basically, Saint Azamina herself, right here, Saint Azamina, has no destruction protection, so you have to kind of revive with debtors and then tribute her. Under two liger, you might be dead because you would have to get popped twice, live through two pops, surrender Saint Azamina, and then go for game with Azamina. So now here's man. I actually farmed man the most. I didn't know until I thought they were like just bricked random decks, like random trap decks. But actually, it was man. I farmed a god of man. I farmed man. I farmed the snakes man. I didn't know it. But if they open an insane hand and they go turn one, they auto win, which is 25%. Usually they brick, but I agree this is a very good deck for Yugi Boomers. Very good deck to test your Yugi Booming skills as the Azamina player. Basically, in the grind game, you need to poplar, diabellstar, Silvera grind. You have the diabellstar vengeance grind. And then as long as you impulse the first trap guy, which is this, that makes the second trap guy live, you win. Also, if you impulse Labrador Dragon, you block the Baron. Now here's Sulfa Yummy, or Yummy, aka Herald of Orange Light Spam. I only fought these guys in day 1. I was going 50-50 with them, like the first half, and then the second half went 70-30. For 70% the day 1, 30% I won. Because, man, they just open insane hands, you just cannot stop Yummy Combo. After that, I'm sure they ranked up way higher than me. So there was one time, I don't know where this game is, but I want to find it. I can't find it. Where like, I talent into a 5-card hand. Their 5-card hand was Veiler, Ghostbell, Droll, Ash, and Cookie. And like, if I get trolled, I lose. But if I get Ash, then my move search, I lose. So I returned Ash, I got trolled, and I just lost. I can't find this game, but that's what happened. So board breaking tips: use Lava Golem, their monsters, to lock them out of Yummy Combo, because sometimes they don't get Yummy Surprise, which is the quick play. So if you're going to Golem, you need to Golem Snatchy right here. You need to Golem Cookie to just cut them off Yummy, or you need to Golem Sprite Elf, because Sprite Elf gets you the Synchro, gets you Snatchy. So Surprise is also Yummy Combo, but sometimes they don't get it. Listen. This also like, this is like weirdly combo. This Blue Eyes. Ha 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 ha. Oh fuck no, it's Yummy. Oh hell no. Dude, that's the other thing. Maybe I have one reasoning. Because Thrust is reasoning. Like, what the hell did I add from Thrust now? Oh my god, I have to add... What am I looking at? I'm so favored to lose now. Dude, they still have 5 cards in their hand. This is full combo. Dude, there needs to be another target for... I need what's her face. I need Kurikara. Oh no, they're doing this Agnum Day bullshit. No? What the fuck? I think I stopped most of the Yummy in the hand. What is going on here? Oh, it's... Yeah, this guy. Doom Dragon. Okay. This is Baron. Ew. Did they return? Yeah. These are? Oh my god. I need to kill this, and I need to kill this, and then I can just drop this. They gonna do it? Oh hell no, they're doing it. I killed these two, and then I just drop it. Okay, bye. Bye. Then if they thrust, and then droplet. I think I checked their hand first. Jesus Christ, Droll, Baylor, Ash. Wait, I think I lost. I'm under Droll and Ash. And then, and what's her face? Ghost Bell? So, if I were to play, first I need to rip this. I'm cooked. I'm straight cooked. And I can't normal summon, by the way. I drew freaking this guy and a normal. Dude, I've actually lost. If, let's say I take out Ash, I can draw one. And the one draw must be godly. It's Ash. What do I add? Filia. I need 2 sinful spoils. Dude, I don't think this is possible. No. Droll me? Mm-hmm. They have like a marshmallow, a bell, and a what's its face. Dude, I'm missing 1 simple spoil. Dude, I drew a normal summon and what's its face. I drew a normal summon and golem. That I lost because of that. Okay. Dude, why did they always have the Droll Ash combo? Actually, that is so green. I used 2 cards to kill that bad way, like, huh? I straight lost. There's no Azamina, like, one fusion that I can go into that kick this guy's ass. Because, like, what did they have? They have Marshmallow, which is full yummy combo. Dude, that was way too strong. I have to make Eschaton. Like, I give up. Because I have to deal with my own, golem. Dude, this guy's so fucking patient, man. So goddamn patient. Then add this before they freaking mess with it. Oh, they're gonna bell me too. Bell me. Bell me, dude. Do it. They let it go. Wait. I could have attacked. Am I stupid? There was one time I played full gas gem knight. It was like the meme video. It's another Herald of Orange Light deck. You know, I got orange lighted. I thrust. I see Ash in the second orange light that was live. I didn't see them too much, but they were there, and they might have been the scoopers that scoop when I was going turn 1. Me too. I died to this. So this is why I added Dragoon, because if I can negate Purification, I can win. It's painful because if they turn 1, you're cooked most of the time. But if you are turn 1, they're cooked. Because you can negate the second or third prayers with Impulse. What are they going to do? They also can't target stuff in the graveyard with Futsu. So Futsu is cooked. And then just, if you're playing against them, you should try the ASAP Saint Azamina after they use Murakumo Pop. Okay, and you can let the Murakumo pop your rcielago for 1 ad. But it never gets to that point. I always lost before that. So Golem is useless, which is one of your other power cards, so that you play turn 2, which sucks. So for Murakumo, you need Diabell's White Witch to live through Murakumo pop, because one time they will just chain block like another card, and then you can't respond with Illya Silva to negate the Murakumo pop. It was like I think they sent Night Sword Serpent to resummon itself. Purification, it's not even a targeted negate, so you can't even dodge this with Droplet. And then Futsu, I hate Futsu. They always dodge with prayers. Everything I target him, it just comes back. I hate Futsu. And if I golem him, he comes back like, there's no Rciela. So the Rciela half of the board is easy to deal with. Cross is banned in this DC. And then most you'll see is Rciela Detonator, plus Eclipse Twins attached, and then random dual draft that does nothing. So Golem is amazing for this side. So Detonators only destroys. You can play around this by having Sinfuls in hand. Cross is banned. Now all players use Eclipse Twins. It's like UR does problems, and then you just win. Like Detonator, not a problem. The Mitsu half is the problem. I said half it's not.
名はごめん。
So honorable mention is Tenpai. I never saw the stage 2, but I saw it a lot of time, like maybe 3 times in second half of stage 1. They always choose for you to go first, and actually, they have to break your Saint Azamina. Because Saint Azamina's defense mode, only Dark Hole and Raigeki kills her, not Lightning Storm. And here's the thing, they need to target Tenpai in the graveyard to summon. So they're cooked. Saint Azamina cooks them because they make you go turn 1 and they just lose. So disappear from stage 2, so I dropped Diabell's White Witch as a response. Ban list might not be the same like as of this moment because this is the old screenshot, but you get the point. Tenpai is a brick. One guy drew Genroku, and I didn't let them summon Chandra with Heat to Destroy, so it's also very bricky. fun V-Trooper guy that kicked my ass. Congrats to that guy. I want to play that deck. That looked cool and fun. Talent into Ash, Filia Diabell, droll. Yeah, I don't know what else.
名はごめん。お名はごめん。お名はごめん。
Thank you for watching till the end. Good luck with Azamina. And with this treasure, I summon Saint Azamina.